Alright, welcome everybody. How are you doing tonight? Second stream in a row. How about that? And more fractals for tonight. So, hope you're enjoying all the new stuff from the Fractal series. As usual, we try to do 3 images in each part of the Fractal series. So, let's see how many we can get done today. We already have 1, which you can see right there. And we should be able to do another one, or if we're fast, maybe even 2. We'll see how hard they are. Usually the fractal stuff takes a bit more time because you gotta like make cool fractals in addition to the rest. So hey XCS and Rose, how are you guys doing? Sorry to not catch last streams. You don't have to be sorry about that. Thanks for coming though. So, yesterday we did this here. This bad boy here is the Fractal Church. It's just a big statue hanging from the ceiling, so it's man-made, but it's meant to represent like their god or their deity, I guess, which is a fractal. So this happens a few years after the last part. Like people's brains have started getting fractalized and they're starting to like have visions and see the fractals in their dreams. And then we're starting to see that as fractalization continues, it's actually healing some people of stuff that was thought to be incurable. So miracles plus like visions, a religion forms like super quick. People flock to form this new to treat their fractal as their gods and actually like evangelize and try to get people to drink the fractal juice. So it's gonna be like fun. I think a fun thing to have people, you know, like the fractal, which is this objectively evil thing that's taken over the world. Well, it's not like evil. It doesn't have a consciousness, but you know, it's like taking over the world slowly. People would actually like voluntarily submit to it because it is curing incurable diseases. I think that's like a very fun dichotomy that you know, could make the story more interesting and more deeper than just like it's fractal apocalypse. Thank you, Rose. Oh, good to know you'll be able to stay a bit longer tonight. That's good. Hey, Stephanie. The last Fractals tweets, well, you can see the whole Fractal story here. Fractal, there it is. This one isn't posted yet. This one, I always get since it is the stream is mirrored, I always get the size, I always point the opposite way. But this one isn't posted yet. This one we just did yesterday, and each post in the Fractal series is 3 images. For some reason, we just kind of started doing it, and it became a thing. So you guys can read it in my website there, which I think is a bit more comfortable to read. But it's also on Twitter. I'm actually going to pull out the Twitter moment, which has all the Fractal tweets, in case you want to like see them there, share any of them there. There's a little bit more, sometimes in the replies there's a little bit more lore, so you can like scrape off a little bit more lore if you want there. Something that's unclear if it's good or bad, if it helps because it's beneficial, it has some dark intentions. So yeah, it doesn't really have intentions. It's not really a conscious thing, the fractal. It's literally just a molecule that escaped into the world, and it's so it is science fiction, right? It's not real science. This is just something that I came up with, but the idea is that the fractal, what's causing this apocalypse, is literally just a molecule that is able to kind of polymerize itself, just like self-duplicate. There's a magic part of it, right? That's not really something you could find in nature. But if we take that part as real, we can just like if we assume that just this fractal molecule works, we can just like take it into its natural conclusions, if that makes sense. So a molecule that essentially just polymerizes itself and sticks to other molecules, right? So it takes other things with it. So it makes basically everything it touches, it like twists it into a fractal form and makes it keep growing. When this interacts with animals or organisms, this essentially just develops like strange growth patterns. Yeah, and so it doesn't have an intention, a will at all. It's literally just a molecule. Since it's basically tearing society apart, we could quite reliably say, yeah, it's like evil in our sense of the word, but it's like a virus, right? A virus doesn't have any intention. COVID didn't break out to keep people in their homes for 2 years. It's just doing what it does, right? We can't like morally judge something like a virus. In that same way, we can't really morally judge the fractal. But maybe we can morally judge their adherents and the people who are literally trying to fractalize everyone around them. The religious part, like this post, is going to be about fractal religion. So it's going to be about, people who are peacefully trying to spread the word of the fractal and evangelize about that. But later we're going to see in other parts, we're going to see people that are violently trying to spread the fractal. So kind of an eco-terrorist vibe, where they're saying, oh, the fractal is like, it's nature trying to get like revenge on humanity. So we want nature to win in this war. So we're actually going to fractalize people. Googly has blessed you with insight. But that's essentially how the series will go over the next couple of parts. Yesterday we made this, and I'm really happy with how it came out. So we use a 3D fractal program to create it. There's a couple things I want to retouch because I was looking at it while I was speaking. And hey, Vice Bernard, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Take that money out of Jeff Bezos' hands. He's literally getting even greedier, and I think he's going to remove some of the percentage cuts from not affiliates, which would be me, but partners, which would be the bigger streamers. Many of them have a 70-30 cut on their subscriptions. They want to take that away and make it 50-50 for everybody. So make them like affiliates, which would be me. And people are not very happy about that. So yeah, getting greedier. Great move, Twitch. Thank you, Blythe, though. And thank you as well for the follow. And just James, I think I'm reading that right. And Spitrots, thank you guys for the follows. A loaf of Q-tips. Hey, you to my streams, welcome. I stream 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tentatively, because this next month I'm gonna be moving to a whole different part of the country. Like it's gonna be a whole mess. So it's gonna, for the next month or so, it's gonna be very unstable with streams. But after that, once I get back into a regular routine, we'll go back to Monday, Wednesday, Friday around this hour. Although I might try new hours. Who knows? The future is unclear. Okay, let me fix a couple things here. First, this red I painted there feels a bit too much. It feels like it should be what I'm painting now, more of a purple shade. So this wonkier area is essentially my own fault because I kind of misjudged the lighting on the 3D render a little bit. So I had to make adjustments after, which makes that area a little bit wonky, but it's not, I don't think it's important. I don't think it, like if you look at it really closely here, it might feel fake, but in the grand scheme of things, not important at all. I don't think so, at least. If it does look weird to you, let me know though. But that's essentially what I wanted to do. What else do we have? This. Oh, this is not from this project. Okay, let me save that and let's start a new file. Oh, let's make that black. I hate the white backgrounds. It burns my retinas. So I think I'm gonna go horizontal if possible with this, because again we have 3 pictures. If we go with Twitter cropping, one will be vertical, which is this one. The other 2 are better in horizontal. So we'll try to go for that. And there's 2 things I wanted to make. Thank you, Tina, for the follow. Or Tina. There's 2 things I wanted to make for this series. First, a bottle of Fractal Juice. Maybe like a little vial. The thing is that this religion has managed to take that fractal compound, so the thing that's fractalizing the world and turning everyone into fractals, they have managed to isolate it and put it in little vials, like dissolve it in water and give it to people so they can drink it and become fractalized. And they're like giving that away because their mission is to fractalize the world, right? So because they think it's, you know, bringing people to enlightenment, etc., etc. So I would like to do a little bottle, a little vial of fractal water. That could be fun. Just like a regular vial of liquid, and then we just put some swirling fractal patterns in it. And we make it look all blue and purple, etc., just like to match the rest of the series. And then I would like to do someone who is healed from something to us incurable through the fractal, to present that dichotomy of the fractal is healing people, but it's also like taking over their minds and turning them into slowly fractalizing them and making them spread it. We've passed that point in this series, but we'll make anything involving snowflakes. They're already natural fractals. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we can't fractalize a snowflake. It's already a fractal. So I don't think there's a good way of doing that. But, and again, yeah, we're kind of past the point in the series. So yeah, we're already like at the point where it's taking over people. Hey, Yonai. The story reminds me of Super Lopez. Oh my god. It's been a million years since I've read that. But yeah, let's look for pictures of little vials of liquid and see if we can find a good way of fractalizing that. Otherwise, maybe a baptismal pile? Is that how you call them? Like the water recipients things where you'll dip a kid's head in to baptize them for the Catholics. So baptismal pile, if that's font. Thank you, baptismal font. You know all the words, Stephanie. Thank you. A baptismal font might be good as well if we don't find like a vial or a group of vials, something like that. And then someone getting cured of the fractal, we discussed this at length yesterday, but I think I found a solution to it. I was trying to think of something that would be very visually just easy to understand without any text. You could tell that idea of the fractal is curing people of incurable things. I had 2 main ideas. I have one favorite and one least favorite. My favorite is healing a blind person by making them grow new eyes. So imagine like eyes that are clouded over in cataracts. So you can see them, that they're like white and clouded over. You can very easily see that this person is blind. And outside those eyes, just connected to them, but outside, there's like little kind of like primitive eyes being formed. They're not like full eyes yet. We could use like a mix of human and animal eyes to make them feel like they're still forming, something like that. That's idea 1. That's my favorite. Idea 2 is an amputee, someone without a leg or without an arm, something like that. And out of the how do you call it? Like, well, the cut off part of the leg or the arm, there's like a new fractalized leg growing, for example. So like a smaller leg, maybe that feels a bit like, that looks a bit like baby-like perhaps, or childlike, and it kind of branches off into new limbs. Jesus fractal. No, I don't want to associate it to any specific religions. I want this to be like its own new thing. Hey Mortis, yes, fractals indeed. Is the architecture of the church also fractal? No, I went for like a simple church, so it would feel, we could explain it as it's the cathedral they just built. So it's something that felt modern. But yeah, as you can see, the walls and ceilings, etc., they are not fractals. They're just pretty simple. Thank you for the follow, Mortis. It's under construction, the new Fractal Church. Yeah, the construction never stops. It just keeps going. Yes, there is a fractal, the burning shape fractal. Kind of looks cathedraly. I would like at some point, further into the series, to have like people building this huge fractal megastructure. But for a burning shape fractal, I will show you guys. Fractal. Burning shape fractal is cool, but I think most people that don't already know that there's a specific fractal won't really understand. Like, it's not your classical fractal that if you show this to anyone that doesn't know it already, they wouldn't jump to saying, oh, this is a fractal, obviously. It would be like, what's this weird drawing? So I want to go for like your more typical fractals, your Mandelbrot, your Julia sets, etc. Thank you, Art. Thank you for the follow. Jesus connection is going to be inevitable. Yeah, in the comments, people will probably do that, but I'll let them do it. Doesn't worry me. Yeah, so I wanted to look for vials of liquid. So a lot of vaccines, apparently. Yeah, I guess stock sites really. A lot of people went to stock site looking for vaccine stuff for their articles, etc. So I would like a vial, not really like vaccine-like, something cuter like this, you know, like something that's made by this religious group. Hey, Nix, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Take that money away from Jeff. Doesn't deserve it. Okay, let's see. This is way too much, definitely. It's like a witch's box or something like that. Not a lot in terms of vials here. We got these, but they're not too interesting. And we got a lot of like scientific vials. This kind of thing could be nice as well. Thank you so much, Nix. Yes, if you guys don't know, Twitch subs, they take away a bunch of, like, essentially the $5 you pay for Twitch Prime, if you pay it. $2.50 from that, like 50% of that goes to a streamer if you use your Prime sub for no additional cost. So it's essentially taking $2.50 away from Jeff Bezos, which I can always get behind. File with pH? Is that a thing? Huh. It seems to be too niche. We only got one result, unfortunately. I mean, this oily one looks cool. Actually, an oily substance, if we were to isolate the fractal juice, as we call it, as I like to call it, it would probably be oily. If you guys have noticed, let's jump in, go to my website, and go to fractals. There we go. So, if you guys noticed in the first part, the fractal spreads like oil in water. I specifically used oil textures. You can also see them in the background here. And it also has that kind of shimmery, oily feel to it. So everything it touches gets kind of covered in this pearlescent substance. So oily is probably, as you can even see it here in the culture. Even the eye that's fractalized, it has some like oily swirls. So everything kind of gets coated in that, in a way. Because that's like the fractal juice. That's taking things and moving them around, essentially. So, I guess something like this, an oily substance in a vial, wouldn't be too far from that what the fractal juice is, but I would like something that's a bit more filled up. We can fill it up ourselves if needed. Perfume flask, yeah, that could be a good one. Okay, so we have these two pictures that are very similar. They're just like color corrected to different colors, but that shouldn't be a big problem. Let's see. We seem to have more. And this has already has some cool oily swirls in it. Thank you so much, Faika. Really appreciate that. Okay, we also have this, which is again some oil flask. I guess a lot of this is going to be like essential oils and other pseudo-scientific stuff, but hey, I'm not going to complain if they give me good pictures. You know what they will tell you guys? The word essential in essential oils doesn't mean they're essential. It means they come from essences. Like, it's a bit of marketing on their side. We got a lot of oil paint. Makes sense. Erlenmeyers? I don't know how to pronounce that, but I know what you mean. Could work if we go for that more scientific vibe. Ooh, look at that. Look at that swirly oil things. Oh, that's so cool. Seems like we have more below as well, so we're definitely going to be using some of that for the fractal, like shimmering textures. Yeah, it seems like essential oils is going to give us a lot of that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Fractal tattoos, absolutely. Poor tattoo artists and have to tattoo a fractal with how complicated that is. Okay. What if we use this and we pour it in, instead of pouring it in a beaker like this, it's poured on someone's eye and then we see the fractalized eye, for example. That would probably be just quite gooey, hey Dapper. But I'm kind of liking this idea. Instead of just having a bottle, which would be a pretty static image, we have someone pouring the fractal juice somewhere. It could be a glass as well, just for drinking, but if they're using it as this miraculous cure-all, it could work like that. It would be a much more interesting picture for sure. Seems like we have oils here. Okay, not that interesting. Fractal juice is a great concept. I think someone first said it in my comments in the very first part of the fractal series, or I said it in the comments. I don't recall. It was like under that first post, people kind of messing around and joking around about the fractals, and the word fractal juice came up, and I've been using it ever since because I think it's very good. Okay. Drop this in here. Ampoule is also a possibility. So we could either have this coming from the side, this coming from the top. We don't necessarily have to make it the same size. I think the sizes of things have more or less varied over the series. Though I might have to take a look at that. I think they're all... Yeah, at least in the last few parts, they have... the first part isn't. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Okay, they have been different sizes on occasion, so we could crop it different ways if needed. No juice quotes. No juice quotes, unfortunately. How sad. Someone should change that. Okay. What if we have it pouring directly on the eye? Maybe eye side? Let's see if we get a side view. No, it's not. The word side is not really gonna help here. The juice is loose. Okay, we have this one. But it's too close. Like, I don't think we would be able to fit this, right? Let me try it. Let's see. Why are we pouring it in your eyes? To cure blindness, of course. Because the other picture that goes with it is going to be someone being cured of blindness by the fractal because they grew new eyes. It wouldn't fractalize people immediately, so this picture would just be a regular eye if we go for this. It would take like months or years to grow, like it's a slow process. Also, if you hear cries of frustration in the back, that's my sister playing Elden Ring and dying. You can probably track how many times he has died by hearing cries of frustration. It could be something like this. This is probably not the right picture, but because the sizes don't really match, but it could work. Let's see more things though. Got another close-up of an eye. Which could work. I'll just try a few things. Till we find something we like. Definitely this the finger I think we're seeing there is maybe a little finger should be as big as a pupil, so it's smaller sizes. What would happen if you the fractal use as an enema? You don't want to know. I mean, we could have this ending in a little droplet and not really touching the eyes, so it's like right about really close, but not really touching the eye quite yet. But it seems to work better in vertical, which makes sense. It becomes so weird that fractals begin to fight fractals. That's a misnomer, because having fractals is already a thing by default. Like, fractals are infinitely complex the smaller the closer you get to them, so. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be an eye. We have more options. It could also be someone pouring some fractal juice into a glass to imply that they're drinking it. I do like the pouring thing though. It's a bit more of an interesting and dynamic image than just boring old vial. Let's see. Kind of lacking some background there, but fractal shots. think we'll have to go vertical with this. Can't really find a way to fit it horizontally in a way that works. So let's rotate. Clockwise, counterclockwise, doesn't really matter. You're so late. Sorry about that. What is it with you guys and saying sorry for arriving late or not being there? It's completely fine, you guys. Fractal cocktails. Yummy. Hey Nuggets. So the concept for this piece is we are doing the next part in the Fractal series. I guess for newcomers, check out the Fractal series here. And that link that the bot put out there. But essentially, this fractal is taking over the world, and we're getting to the point where fractal religions have started to form. So this is Fractal Church. There it is. And they have this huge statue of a fractal in the middle. It's kind of Christian, like a big cathedral, but I'll remove any Christian symbol, so it's kind of this blank cathedral where they just plop a fractal in. And the religion in part forms because people are starting to see that the fractal actually does like what we would call miracles, because it's healing people of things that we're deeming curable. So the fractal, if you pour it on an eye that's blind, it will, that person will develop new eyes and be able to see again. If you pour it on an amputee's leg, they will start growing new legs and just fractalized legs, and they'll be able to walk again. Those kinds of things. So people start flocking because of those perceived miracles. They start flocking to this fractal religion, and yeah, that's essentially going to be the story of this part. Since the Fractal series is very little text and a lot of pictures, we're essentially just trying to tell this story very visually, without letting too much texts getting in the way. We want to show the miracles very visually and just give like a little bit of context. So we have Fractal Church, then people pouring the fractal juice on themselves, or this could be like another person pouring in their eye, and finally a fractalized eye. We're sorry for ourselves for missing such good content. Oh. Fractal cultists attacking people with fractal-filled paintballs. So there's going to be something like that. In the later parts, we're going to be seeing people kind of like eco-terrorist style group fractalizing people like violently, let's say. So instead of the fractal religion, which is all about like convincing people to join into the fractal and to voluntarily drink this fractal juice, it would be people taking that fractal juice that we're seeing here, pulverizing it in the air and just dropping that on a city, or putting in the water supply, stuff like that. They're like forcibly trying to fractalize everybody. Blood vessels branch in a fractal pattern. Yeah, some of them do. Terminal blood vessels, they just kind of branch a lot. Yeah, pouring fractal juice on yourself. Definitely a good choice. Good life choices. And so thank you for the cyber matter. Let me save that as Fractal Juice. Any plan for where world governments stand on this? We're going to be seeing more like geopolitical turmoil in later parts. So as it ramps up, it's gonna like devolve into like armed conflict, etc. I did want to do that a bit earlier, but I didn't think it was appropriate with, you know, whatever everything happened in Ukraine. So instead, I gave it some more thought and decided that instead of ramping things up to, you know, armed conflict really fast into the series, it would be nice to show like a more gradual descent into like full-on conflict. So Fractal Religion was kind of born out of that. I was trying to find more interesting ways of showing the progress of the fractal before we actually get to like apocalyptic style events. Could that oil be extracted from fern? I kind of like that. I don't know. I think I'm never gonna say where the oil comes from, or it might be something left for a future kind of like prequel style part. I think we can mix the two backgrounds because they're both blurry. Yeah, that's nice. These two backgrounds mix super well. I was not expecting that. Let me just get rid of the bad edges. And then I would like this to end in a droplet. So it doesn't like... So with the pictures of the moment right before it gets poured into the eye. I think we can also turn this a little, maybe even flip it. So it's being poured on this side. No, I kind of liked it better the other way. And then, of course, this is supposed to be like a cure for blindness. So we're going to make this eye have like a really big cataract or something like that. You know, not that cataracts can't be fixed in real life. They definitely can. I would much rather get a surgery for my cataract than get fractal juice poured into my eye, for sure. But, you know, people believe in all sorts of fake medicine nowadays. So I believe some people might prefer the fractal juice to the surgery in this universe. It's one of the fractal hands. Yeah, I think. Okay, so this finger is like a bit far away, so we really have to compare the tip of this finger. Let me see. Let me check into my camera to get a good size comparison. So this one here would probably be a better choice. The length of the fingernail should be, I'm thinking, approximately the length of the eye here. So yeah, that seems small. Cataract surgery, but I got my juice right here. Let's see. Turn that opacity down. It's a bit further back. Let's see. Let's see if that size is better. I think I might turn everything a bit smaller. As much as possible, because we're going to run into the edges of the picture. We're going to start to have... I'm going to have to start making up stuff. So this feels more balanced, right? I think so. Let's see. I'm trying to find a good composition, good balance there. I think it worked better the other side. Yeah, I think this is better composition-wise. Fractality of their medical decisions. Gonna make it a bit smaller. Still a bit small? Do you guys think so? Is it sentient, the fractal? No. It's just a molecule at the end of the day. My theory with the fractal, or how I'm treating it is a molecule that polymerizes itself. So it kind of multiplies itself, and that's like the magic part of it. But after that, everything is scientific, right? It's this molecule that like self-propagates and like sticks to things and pulls them with them as it expands and fractalizes itself. So it has two things, like it'll endlessly multiply as long as it can stick to stuff and kind of like steal atoms from it, and wherever it goes, it like fractalizes things. So when this affects organisms, it'll essentially like pull the organisms in different directions and make them have to grow in whatever way it tells them to. Kind of like a prion protein. Yeah, protein. Yeah, so similar to that in some ways. There's this self-replicating molecule in a way. It doesn't only replicate in organisms. So since organisms like naturally grow, we can see it much better on them. So it's much more visible in plants and stuff, and maybe if it lands on a rock, which would eventually also eventually do its effect, but it would probably take like thousands upon thousands of years to mold that rock into a fractal. While with organisms, since we have such a fast like growing rates compared to anything else, it would take much shorter time, just like months to years, to make itself visible. Where did the fractal idea come from? Okay, so it all started in November 2020 when I did this first part of the Fractal series, which at first was just this separate thing. It was a prompt for something called e-Revember, which is one of those monthly art challenges where you do some art every day, organized by my friend Reda, Floofhips in Twitter. And one of the prompts was Mandelbrot Sleek, I think it was called, or Mandelbrot, something with Mandelbrot. So I did this about, you know, a ship like dropping something into the water and the fish start coming out weird. But I really loved it. People loved it as well. I could see like there was a lot of excitement about like fractals in horror. And I really loved it and kept thinking like, what if it kept going? What if this kept expanding. So that's how it continued. So this is like the first part of the series proper. That was done, I think it was done like a full year after the other one. Valdevia Gaming? Why is that? Did I accidentally set my game to gaming? Instead of art? Yeah, absolutely. Uzumaki was like one of the main inspirations. I think that's pretty clear. Fractals start coming and they don't stop coming. Exactly. Okay, so I'm making the whole eye brighter to match the rest. So hopefully we'll get better matching backgrounds, etc. And what I want to do is take this background and expand it. Thankfully everything's blurry, so it's very easy to match backgrounds when things are blurry. You don't have to like find the perfect edges. You can just sort of wing it. No, the eye itself is going to fractalize. So after this, we're going to have an image of an eye. The main eye is kind of clouded over. And around the eye, like smaller eyes are growing. I know I've already done a fractal eye, but so it might be repeating a bit, but I just really liked this idea. And I was trying to show, like find a way to show how the fractals would quote-unquote perform miracles, which would be one of the reasons that fractal religions start forming. Okay, I think we got a pretty decent background. And fractals are so full of themselves. That's very good. No, this is just well, we're gonna see fractals in the juice. We still have to edit that, but the eye is not gonna be fractalized because yeah, it takes time, takes up to years. The idea. The puns are strong today. I'm wondering if we should make it puddle on the eye, or if we should end this little stream on a droplet, like it still hasn't reached the eye. Let's see, let's find droplets. That should be easy enough, I hope. Save that. Go here, droplets. That can't be real. That must be 3D rendered. No droplet actually looks like this, does it? That's too perfect. Something about eyes that's unnerving? Yeah, I agree. You know what would probably work? Something like honey. Like pouring honey. Or syrup, or something like that. This is a bit too small there. Let's just search for honey. It's getting like different pouring liquids. Okay, we got one here. That's nice. That could be the end of our droplets. Let's see if we find one kind of like this. But we don't see the end of it here, which is annoying. Got this one as well. Seems to be something inside though. Oh. Oh, this is just a bit blurry, I think. No, it's good, actually. Just hadn't fully loaded. I kind of like this. Because we have a long stream that gets a bit bigger and ends in a droplet. I think it could work well. So let's give it a try. Get them at my downloads. Put this to here. There it goes. Okay, let's try this. Let's see how big it can get. Because we need something fairly large to work as our droplet or fractal juice. I'm thinking something like this. Let's see how much quality we can get out of that picture. That's not amazing. Yeah, we definitely like reached the end of its quality. It was much smaller than we actually needed. So let's save that just in case. Could maybe combine it. And this is probably going to be much better. Even though we just have this little tip there. Oh yeah, some Hollow Knight music. Lovely. Maybe we could have the droplet be quite close, so it's a kind of a thicker droplet, and it's fairly close to the source here, so we can get everything a little bit closer. Instead of having that much dead space in the image. That could work. Okay, so let's try that. Move that down. And then we can cut that down a bit further. Get some more eye into the image. And we could just like focus it, make it nearly square. Fractal goo looks delicious until it fractalizes here. The honey is sparkly. Yeah, it has like little bubbles inside, but that shouldn't be a problem because we'll mix it with the oil. So let's manually cut this. It's a simple enough thing. And let's see now. mix these two till we're satisfied with it. Let's remove that from here. Make this a bit darker. Also blur it slightly. There it goes. Yeah, the sparkliness actually kind of works. What do you guys think? Oh my god, so XCS here made very classic, how do you call these in English? You know those phrases that are just very complicated and very hard to say? The classic one in Spanish is El cielo está enladrillado. ¿Quién lo desenladrillará? El desenladrillador que lo desenladrille, buen desenladrillador será. Hey, I got it in one. So, same with these fractals. Tongue twisters, thank you. I was looking for that word. Oh, seems like we got a little corner there. Let's move things a little bit closer so it feels like it's nearly touching that eye. Just so close there. Because, you know, I think things touching eyes gets a visceral reaction out of people, so it'll definitely be a nice way of getting people's attention, if anything. As you pour, air bubbles will build up. Yeah, that's fair enough. Oh, seems like I'm destroying too much of the droplet here. Gotta be careful with that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was erasing it. Can't have that happen. It's ever so close to the eye. I think the lighting, like, honestly works perfectly between the two pictures. We have this light kind of coming from the back, same light that's illuminating the fingers. So it just works very well for some reason. I think we were just lucky to find two pictures that had very, very similar lighting from the get-go. Which is a delight when it happens. It's so nice. Okay, so this is just gonna call it juice, and this I'm gonna call eye. You winced a little opening the stream. I am sorry. Imagine pouring honey in your eyes. Imagine pouring fractal juice. What color was the eye in the other fractally pupil? It was blue, but I made it kind of purpley because yeah, it works with the color scheme of the series. So I think it was a little bit purpley. Let's see, it's down here. Mostly blue. I mostly kept the natural tones, but just added a bunch of like soapy reflections, and then added some like straight up pinks and purples throughout. So obviously this liquid here, that's currently just kind of yellowish, brownish, is going to become that same shade of purple, soapy colors. So we're gonna mess with the colors here a lot. Yes, purples keep cropping up. That is the vibe. I chose this, I think towards the beginning of the series, I chose, you know, like iridescent tones, like blues and pinks and purples. I chose that, just went with it, and as the series goes on, you'll notice that it gets a bit stronger, and it kind of reflects how the fractal is taking over. You know, the fractal is, the first one is pretty much not even purple at all, except for the little fractals in the water. It was also made as a one-off thing, so I didn't have this color palette in mind. Now if I went back and edited this, which I want to do at some point, just re-edit a couple things that bother me, I would probably add a bit more purples and blues. But here you can see that it's starting to get purple. The sky is definitely like pinks and purples, and as it goes on, even the sky is like changing, like everything's being affected, not only humans. So as it goes on, you see the, well, this is black and white because it's a brain scan. I couldn't make that purple, but you know, like even the air kind of gets purplish. Like it's just impregnating everything. So yeah, it definitely, like, I make it grow during the series on purpose. And here you can definitely see that, like, I went super hard on the purples and the blues, and it's nice, I think. Did we get an explanation on why this person is getting a fractal juice treatment? So the fractal church here, this, I still don't have a name for them, but they'll have a name. It's not going to be the Fractal Church. Maybe it's something a bit more interesting than that. But it's going to be this religious faction that crops up, and they want to like fractalize the world, but like peacefully. They want to convince the world to like turn themselves over to the fractal, and they start performing miracles. So they will cure this person's blindness by making them grow new eyes. And what we'll see now is like the fractal juice being poured into the eye. That's going to be what we're seeing currently. And after that, we're going to see an eye from the front this time, and there's other eyes growing from it. So the main eye is cloudy, like it's, you know, it has a cataract or something that's blocking it. And the other new eyes are like giving them back their vision. Okay. So changes we have to do to the eye is make this cloudy. So it can be something pretty simple, I think. It's just like reducing the reflectiveness of the eye. Making it all kind of bright. Let's add some levels. Gonna get like a cloudy feel. Just add that first. Maybe we can look for cataracts and see see what kind of things we get. I don't think we'll get a lot here. Cataracts. Yeah, I think we'll get... we'll just get this, I assumed. So, but we can probably go to... let's see, stock Wikimedia Commons and look for cataracts here. Cataracts. Did I write that right? Cataracts. There we go. So this is the cloudiness we want to give it. But we could, I mean, this is like a lens popping out. It's like very severe. But we could use some of those textures of a clouded over lens. Or even this one. Oh, this one's so good. It's a congenital cataract, okay. One's public domain. This one's public domain as well. NIH. It's good that they release pictures. Same fractals referred to as sacred geometry. Yeah, we should definitely use that sort of language. I love that. Okay, so we got a couple cataracts, and we might be able to just kind of add them in as textural details. We'll definitely also use them in the following picture for that main eye to be clouded over. We are looking at eyes, exactly. Also, I guess, yeah, we're gonna have a lot of eye content coming up. I'm doing this thing with the patrons, and I guess let me shill my patron. If you guys want to support me, the best way is definitely Patreon, and you'll get like work in progress stuff all the time, and you'll get to participate in little like design events. We're currently doing one, which is why I'm telling you, like, get on it if you want to participate. In which we create a fake disease. So like my previous medical horror things I've done with, like, you know, teeth growing out of your bones and that kind of stuff. And the first thing we did, the first like part of that was choosing what part of the body this disease we create is going to affect. And people chose the eyes, so we're going to have some more eye content. Now what's happening is I told people, give me your ideas, and then we'll put all of those in a poll and let people decide what's the best idea. So if you want a chance to participate, this is probably the best moment. For some reason, this is broken again. I love when that happens. Why does this happen? It's so strange. Oh, this is a nice texture. Okay, so we put that below all of the painted stuff, I think? Huh. Don't know what works better. I think it might work better like this on top of. And thank you for the save reminder. I'll actually be able to buy something of yours since my birthday is pretty soon. Hey! What you gonna get? A print? A t-shirt? Okay, this will kind of like override the other texture. Maybe it could be used as soft light or something like that. Okay, so I think this eye looks decently clouded over. Like, it fits the bill, alright? I believe. Ooh, a commission, nice. You hit me up on Discord or Twitter or wherever, when you know. You know what I might do? I might make the pupil a little bit bigger. Or use some of this pupil stuff I've created. No, I'll use the original pupil. Okay, so I will take this here. Ctrl J to copy it. I'll take all of this. And just make it a bit bigger. This is gonna need to be smaller. It's like going over the eye now. Too much cloudiness. It's going wild. Okay. Okay, so we've got a bigger and cloudier eye. Okay, and now let's take this and make the juice fractally. Turn this from regular oil, and I guess there's some honey in there. So oil mixed with honey, let's turn that into fractal juice. So we need to go for this. Purples, blues, just pump those colors up, and we'll be adding some textures on top to make it soapy. So some sort of soap bubble. Let's go here. And search for soap. Soap bubble. Let's see what we can get. This is very good. I have no idea what this is. It's probably a painting. One of those like pour paintings where you pour a bunch of paint. But it might be a macro of an actual oil thing. These ones are good as well. There's some very good oily, messy textures there. That could work. This is very good too, and it already has kind of... It already kind of has the color scheme we want, which is very nice. So we may go for that. And where's the soap bubble we got? Yeah, already downloaded. Good. Let's try those two first, and let's layer more stuff as we go. Milk the fractal. Milk the fractal creature to get fractal juice. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that's what you have to do. So I guess, yeah, it should be something like this. Let's see, let's make a selection that covers essentially just the juice. The part that it's outside. The part inside, it's kind of, you know, behind the glass is going to be a bit harder to see. So we'll change the colors of that part, and for this one here, we'll change the rest. So we'll select from here. The Fractal. Exactly. Tempted to make the Fractal in Minecraft. The Fractal mod. Is that honey? So it's mainly oil. One of those like essential oil things that are very thick. And honey. The tip here is honey. Really good mixture. So, let's see. Here's what I'm gonna do. Gonna select everything outside of that, and then just add this. And I think that should be a pretty accurate selection of just the juice. We'll be using that throughout, I think. So first we're gonna just put it here and see how we can add this. Say different ways it could work. Definitely color, it's already adding the color scheme we want. And we'll do the same thing here with the soap bubble. Oh, there. Oh, these are very good textures. So nice. Really love that soap bubble picture. I think I've used it a couple times already over the series. Let's see, let's find the best way. Best place to put this. Something like this, I like that. I think I might need to brighten everything below it. Color burn? Color dodge? I kind of like color dodge. It combines fairly well. Now let's add some levels just to the juice. If we make it kind of glowy, that's fine. It is kind of magical, so that'll probably be a good thing. Winnie the Pooh eating fractal honey, yeah. What would even happen if you have honey in your eyes? I would probably not try. Honey is... you'll probably not get an infection, because honey is antibacterial. So it'd probably just be very, very uncomfortable and sticky. color here kind of works well too. Or hue looks a bit better. Okay, let's do something here. Let's take this filter bypass. And this just turns everything to 50% gray. We'll lose the colors, but I think it might work better. So this essentially just turns things 50% gray, which make them work very well as overlays or soft lights. So as overlay, it just kind of adds some shape to it, I guess. Then let's get some color in. I still want this to be more of a purplish blue. Yeah, I honestly prefer these colors. So I think this can be some sort of overlay to just add complexity to it. And add some more shimmering colors on top of the pink and blue base. Some yellows in there, etc. So we get a color layer here. And we'll get some of those pinks, some of those blues. And we'll manually change all these yellows, for example. Let's change yellows. Oh, there's a mosquito there. Attacking me again. Hey! How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How was your stream, Jess? Welcome, folks. So, I'm making Fractal Juice. And sorry for the eye imagery. Art raid. Welcome, folks. Give us paint supplies. I'm just digital here. I have no paint to give you. I have a pencil. Is that anything? Hey Karakan, how are you doing, folks? So, let me explain what we're making for the new folks. We are working on something called the Fractal series, which I'm gonna send you guys a link to in chat. There it is. So, the Fractal series is all about the concept of a fractal taking over the world. It starts in our parallel universe in 2006 when this ship capsizes. So the ship gets thrown on its side and something spills into the water. We don't know exactly what it is, but we know it's some chemical compound that fractalizes, so it kind of keeps growing in fractal patterns. And what starts happening is, the first thing we start seeing is animals being affected, strange fish. Eventually though, it goes from the water into the atmosphere when a hurricane comes in and picks up all that fractal water that's been, where the fractal juice, I'm just calling it fractal juice, has been like multiplying. It picks that up into the atmosphere, and this fractal storm comes in and just like coats the atmosphere with this strange oily substance. And the first thing we start seeing, like, this is the destruction of the hurricane with fractal clouds. And the first thing we start seeing is animals, you know, start mutating in strange ways. And then plants, other animals start getting strange behaviors. That, you know, birds flying in fractal patterns, spiders building like perfectly fractal spider webs. And thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. Eventually start affecting humans. First as like infections, like strange bacteria that should be normal in your mouth, for example, they start just multiplying over and over in fractal patterns, and you know, the bacteria have been fractalized. But eventually it starts getting to humans, and that's when we start getting into a bit of the body horror section of it, which we're going to work on more today. It starts affecting humans, and first in small ways like this, like your iris get fractalized, you start growing small teeth next to your big teeth, your nails start growing like all over the place. Eventually though, it gets to the brain, and as you can see, it like multiplies the folds of the brain, makes them extra foldy, and we start seeing exactly like those birds a bit earlier, we start seeing how it affects humans. So these are just like completely independent people that have started queuing to get into the Eiffel Tower. If you guys have been to the Eiffel Tower and you've looked down, you will see this view. But without realizing it, they started queuing in fractal patterns. So it's this kind of emergent behavior. It's not organized at all. Just people start forming fractal patterns for no reason. Or kids, without realizing, they started like drawing a hopscotch in the ground, and they just keep going and going, and the hopscotch just branches into these tiny squares. This is where we are currently. And the next part is going to involve fractal religion. So people start noticing that this fractal juice, when it gets to people, they start growing in weird ways, but it can grow in like beneficial ways, which seem like a miracle. So the miracles plus the fractals just like making your brain weird make people go into like full-on fractal religions. So we're going to represent this fractal church we already done yesterday, and we're currently doing the fractal juice being applied directly to a blind person. After that we'll see this eye from the front like a few months later, and the eye has started growing like other smaller eyes around it, which can see. So this person got their sight back by applying the fractal juice. So it kind of starts getting into this gray area. I feel like it's actually helping people, but it's also evil and taking over the world. It's not really evil, it's just a molecule, but it's also taking over the world. And yeah, it's eventually going to devolve into full-on fractal apocalypse. So that's where it's going. So we're currently doing the fractal juice, which is initially just some oil and honey, and we try to mix that in and eventually transform this into something similar to that initial spill, like a purified version of it. So I'm trying to change the colors of this bottle to go from the yellows that we had initially from the oily color. It's those yellows, oranges, browns, and return them to blues, purples. So I'm doing this a bit manually first. A little bit of greens in there as well. But we might also apply some other things to help that color really shine. Mandelbrot 5, that's a perfect name to come in here. Welcome to the Fractal Brotherhood. See that the fractalized people are already coming into the stream. It's too late. I think the bottle looks a bit less yellow now. Let's see, let me hide this for a second. Actually hide everything here. And let's do a gradient map. Put it in color. And get some, I think I might have some iridescence here. This is in Spanish for some reason. It got downloaded in Spanish. No, I don't love those iridescent colors. But we can probably do something with them. Those purples a bit more saturated. Praise be Googly Owl of the Fractal Eyes. Will that help? Let's try. So we'll apply this manually to the bottle. And maybe to do the juice as well as a base. Oh, I think I did the wrong keys. There we go. So we can add that there and add our own painted colors on top. This is essentially what we painted on the bottle. Now that graded map gives us a bit of a base, but definitely the hand-painted things look much better. How do we know that the liquid is Fractal Juice? Because looks like it. I do want to add some fractals directly to it as well, so hopefully it'll be clear. Oh, here's an idea. I want to see what this looks like. Okay. So we have this layer. And I want to do edit contents, so we get the layer just by itself. We copy it, Ctrl J. We turn it around, put it right below. Crop that. It's kind of weird on this edge, but hopefully it won't matter. Let's see. Now let's make this into a circle. Fractal planets right there. Oh, and thanks for the save reminder. I don't need to save this, but I need to save this. This leftover pixel is a bug. It's not really there. Don't look at it. Maybe I will get some more textures in the center area here to just cover that edge. Okay, it's not a lot, but it should hopefully help out a bit. Even though it's like repeated textures, I think it should be fine anyway. So we're going to go to... Hey, why is that not working? It should be working. Filter? Okay, there it is, Fractus. So this filter is something that I've used to create fractals for the series many times. And you can essentially, this default palette is horrible. What you can do is turn the background black, there we go. Turn this white, and then go here to image. And it should hopefully zoom in. There we go. Hey, thank you for the resub. The power of Google. Google, according to Spanish text-to-speech. Thank you for the resub. The power of Google flows through you. Okay, let's make this single color actually. Yeah, there we go. So now let's see. I think a Julia set would probably work best here. With 0 shift. Zooming out. Let's get to that to the right. There we go. My own Valdevia's fractal glitch. Let's see what pops out of this. Election Station, hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, so what we want to do here is make the iterations manual and do like about 10. And that's where it gets fun. We start changing the iterations and I'll create all these cool fractal patterns. I want to do perhaps a power of 3. No, 3 doesn't look good. I think it's power of 4 that you need. Yeah, okay. Well, power of 6. The center here doesn't look too good though. I think let's go back to power of 2. Yeah, it's so pretty. I love it. Let's see. Let's see how many iterations will look good. I like 9 here, but I also like this kind of disconnected thing that happens sometimes. It's... Whoa. What happens? Oh, I use my scroll wheel. It's... Oh, I think that adds or removes 10 iterations. Also, I'm hearing my... Oh, I'm hearing my dog. I think I need to let him out. He's making a mess. I will be right back, guys. Just gonna go take care of the dog. It'll just be a minute. Let me apply this and put a little BRB. Because he is gonna make a mess. Be right back, guys. Alright, I think the dog should be taken care of. My sister got up and she's taking care of him. So I think we should be good. So we're back. We're back with fractals. Let's see, let me catch up with anything said in chat. I wish there was more PNG images of fractals online. I recommend downloading this plugin called Fractus. You look for Fractals Photoshop, it's a free plugin, and you can create, it's what I've used to make this. You can use images and everything. It's great. Okay. So we can take this, put it in here. What? Wait. Why is it different? Huh. I mean, I kind of like this, don't get me wrong, but it is not what I was thinking of. Oh, because the filter got applied as a smart filter. So I guess it just did something different there. I don't know. Yes, thank you for the link. That's a plugin. Oh, it's definitely not computer intensive. The Fractus plugin. It's very simple. So let's see if we add this on screen. Oh, yeah, that was my sister. So I think dog is taken care of. We're all good. Does it work with CS6? I don't know. It should say it somewhere on the website, I assume. Okay, so let's see. Screen. Linear dodge. Linear dodge could be cool. We could do some puppet warp to fit it inside our droplets so we don't get anything like strange spikes popping up. Let me try other types here. Color dodge is cool. I kind of like color dodge because it's subtle. It feels like the fractal is inside the liquid instead of just being like floating on top. But it is very subtle. So maybe we can even repeat that a few times. Let me move things around. So it's not like the liquid is a pure fractal, but there are like many fractals swirling inside. So we can kind of see it here. In the brighter parts, it's a bit easier to see. It also kind of looks glowy. Slightly magical even. Let's see. More swirly fractals. Let's group all this up. There we go, so it doesn't leave the droplets. just sets like a limit for them. So you can put them on the edge like this. It shouldn't be a problem. What happens when it changes the animals' mounts? We already seen that in the birds and the spiders. So if you remember that the spider built a fractal spider web and the birds flocked in fractal patterns. What does the fractal juice taste or smell like? Oily, I assume? I would go for oily and no real smell. Like the fractal juice is so alien to our anatomy that we don't have receptors made to detect it. So if we kind of layer these, it creates, I hope, a sense of swirling fractals inside and a lot of complexity in there. We could, let's remove some puppet warps here. Delete smart filter, delete smart filter, and so on, except for the first one. I was thinking soap. Yeah, soapy would fit as well, I think. Yeah, the bubble texture for sure. Let's see, I'm wondering if we take fractals here. Oh, for some reason it's tiny. Come here. There we go. So we take this and maybe change it into a Mandelbrot set. And power of 3, maybe? 4. Power of 4 should give us a triangle. Yeah. And do something like this, where we get complex edges, but they're not like impossibly complex. They're still like reasonable. Go to sleep, Indigo. You have to rest. Take care of yourself. Hey, Chaos. Welcome. Doing color dodge. Do you have to? Yeah, I'm forcing you to go to sleep. Come on. Shoo. Googly Alley's watching. Exactly. And they will know. Is there filled 80%? Yeah, that's better. Looking at a liquid galaxy. I'm glad. Yeah, I think that's a good vibe. Like, it's sort of cosmic horror, so that sort of spacey alien vibe goes well with it, I think. Now we can change the liquid itself to see how those swirls will manifest on it. So the brighter we make it, the glowier the swirls will be. The darker we make it, the swirls also kind of become glowy, but in a more purplish way. I kind of like both of them. Oh god, I cannot decide. Let's see. Let's see the original. Before we added anything else. It's kind of dark over there, so I may be able to add a little bit of complexity by having both the dark versions showing up in some areas in the inside of the bottle, and as it goes outside of the bottle and it catches some more light, it becomes that glowy blue. Color out of space, definitely. Yeah, same colors too. I'll be selling some Fractal Juice as merch. That'll be good merch, honestly. Hey, Kobo. Valdevia's Fractal Juice, only $5. It's just like sparkly, like glittery water. No, but I've thought about this as merch, but I would like it to make it like, well, I would like to make like a merch drop or something like that, so I can like focus on this thing and make it well. Once the Fractal series is over, selling some Fractal Juice merch and some kind of like old school ad, like old school newspaper ad that says like, Dr. Valdevia's Fractal Juice. Expand your mind. Increase your number of fingers. Something like that. Kind of a silly one. It would be funny. How does it compare to snake oil in efficiency? Much more efficient than snake oil, I can assure you. With 10 sold, you will have a full Megalomorph for free. Damn, that's a deal. You hear that, guys? You should get on that deal. Okay, so soft light here. Thank you for the save, Commander. What would I do without you guys, honestly? I would never save. That's what I would do. So there we go, some magic glittery water. Turn this off, yeah. The cigarette shop. Let's see what this looks like once we add our classic color vibe. So those blues and purples. I think it needs to be slightly shinier. But let's see, I think we can take the luminance and let's see, purples is too much. Yeah, blues adds too much there. Do you say Fractal Juice in powder form? For the protein shake, absolutely. Yeah, the thread just ends with a souvenir shop, exactly. Come on, artists gotta make money, gotta survive. You're gonna blame me for creating Fractal Juice just so I can sell it. Come on. I'm just doing what everyone would do. Oh, the cigarette one, yeah. That as well. So comparing it to this, so we can get the right vibes. Like they're gonna go together, so we need similar colors across each of them. Let's see, I want some overlay. And oh, that's the wrong color. There we go. Make this a bit shinier, especially on this side. What's up, Mandelbrot? You're in the right place. Okay, let's see how these changes affect the final image. Now the Fractal Juice looks good and shiny, much better. This very bright part is much better too. Doesn't call my attention that much. What else? What's this? Well, we didn't use that. Okay. Do you guys think the Fractal Juice needs anything else? I feel like it looks properly like magical as it should. It's, you know, it's painted with a veneer of science, but it's definitely like the Fractal Juice. There's no way in the real world that it could work. So it's essentially just magic a little bit. Looks viscous. That's because it is. That's good. Yeah, the Fractal Juice is some kind of oil. We have decided. Like a simple molecule. So it just, since it kind of polymerizes itself, it builds long chains, essentially, if you don't know what a polymer is. Yeah, since it creates long chains, the liquid form would be very viscous, because it kind of attaches to itself, if that makes sense. So, kind of oily. I don't know if, like, molecularly it would be an oil, like a lipid chain. I'd rather leave that, like, as an unknown of what it really is. I'm gonna add some more textures here on top, so the inside of the bottle is also glittery. Fractal Juice vaporizer. Yeah, so you can vape the fractal. Yeah, that's a millionaire grind set, actually, yes. I feel like the Fractal Juice would be the opposite of sticky. Would it be sticky? Maybe a bit. But yeah, like thick and oily. Internet is dying. You have to go now. Go sleep, Indigo. Thanks for coming and chatting. Fractal smoke. Yeah, we've had fractal clouds already, and I think it's one of my favorite things to fractalize because it just looks so good. Like you barely have to do anything. Let me show you guys the previous fractal clouds so you can get an idea. It should be okay. So you can see them here in the background, and they just look. Oh, I guess that's a preview size. I can show you the real one, but I'd have to search for it. But they're just there in the background, and you can see they make little Mandelbrots all over. So easy to make. It works like perfectly well. You can see them much better here. And here, there's the hurricane. I think I might have used some of the same textures as the hurricane here, giving it that shimmery vibe. But I love how just naturally well clouds fractalized. So yeah, smoke would be basically the same. Fractalized chemical structures? I didn't get so close. The closest I got were bacteria, just looking at bacteria. But since in the series of Fractal Juice is essentially magic, I mean, as much as we painted in science, it's just magic. So I kind of don't want to over-explain it. I think it's one of those things that might work better as, you know, just a concept. And the mysteriousness of like what it really is. I say it in the stream since I'm trying to like explain how it works or where I'm coming from. I explain it in much clearer terms than I will ever do in the main series. So you're getting secret, essentially secret fractal lore with me while watching the streams. But yeah, I think it's one of those things that when you over-explain it, as interesting as it is to explain, it would probably lose a bunch of mystery. Okay, I want to see those little circles that get formed, those little holes. I think they're cool, and I want to emphasize them, so I'm just doing just that. Like so. What will happen with the golden ratio? Right back at you, what will happen with it? What do you think will happen? It's just a ratio. I guess it's one of those other mathematical things that people tend to apply a lot of, you know, mystical stuff to, the golden ratio. So there could be some ways that could be implemented. But I don't think, yeah, that might bog down the series in like little details to introduce like more mathematical concepts. Yeah, your mind filling the holes, exactly. What does it taste like? We were saying before that it would taste like oily or soapy. For some reason, it's just based on pure vibes only. Yeah, the golden ratio is different from a completely different thing from fractals. You could potentially have fractals where you have them follow the golden ratio in some parameter. But I don't think they're like naturally related. I'm not no mathematician though. It's just those two of those things that a lot of people tend to hype a lot about math. Like, oh, the golden ratio is everywhere in nature. I mean, yeah, sure, it's in many places. Bitter and slippery. Bitter, yeah, maybe some bitterness. We're thinking also like maybe tasteless. Maybe it's completely tasteless. Because it's such a like unknown molecule to us that our tongues would not have developed any receptors for it like bitterness does. But by complete accident, it could trip some of our taste detectors, so it could also be bitter. Okay, let's see. Let's add the smart filters to all the little changes we did. We'll see a before and after. I mostly changed the inside of the bottle now has some more shimmering fractals floating in it. And this here now has, I think, a bit of a clearer texture where we can see the holes and we can see how the fractal is probably forming complex 3D structures within the droplets. It's just kind of like moving around. I think that's fun, right? The fractal juice tasted what cilantro tastes like to people who hate it. Yeah, that soapy cilantro taste. I don't have it. For me, cilantro doesn't taste soapy, thankfully. My friend would love the stream and series, so I shared. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know, Twitch is terrible at many things. One of them is recommending my stream to people, or in general streams. Twitch has a terrible algorithm for recommendations. So word of mouth is actually very important, even if it might seem like it isn't. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's see, I'm gonna pick up all the juice layers. That's a thing. The juice layers. That's this. I'm gonna call it juice all. It's this. There we go. I'm gonna create a copy. Give it a sec. It's many layers. There it is. Now, just gonna fuse that whole copy in there. XCS, have a great night. Thanks for coming and chatting. And thanks for the save reminder. So, I want to make a reflection. Twitch only recommends in games. Yeah, basically. I think to get this stream recommended, you probably have to watch like pretty much only art. Okay. Let's see. Reflections. How do they work? I think we would get a warped reflection where it kind of spills over to the sides like this. It just kind of... The lens would probably have that effect, right? Just like it's warping the reflection in the back. That window in the back there. So let's see. Let's do puppet warp. Keep the tip where it is. Don't move. To be fair to Twitch, it is very hard to recommend streams that have esoteric rules. True, my stream is probably a bit weird to them, but I have gotten recommended on occasion, but it's not a... You can see it whenever you finish a stream, you can see the stream stats. It tells you like where people, where like each percentage of viewers came from. And sometimes Twitch recommendations appears there. It's rare that it does though. So yeah, gotta go with word of mouth. So the reflection, we're only interested in the part that goes over the eye. The rest is gonna get yeeted out. Oh, I should have done this in a smart object, right? It's fine. It's gonna get a good blur. And now I'm just gonna apply it where we need to apply it, which is here, and as we go back, it just disappears. Maybe instead of overlay, it could be... just like the bright parts? So lighten or screen? Or overlay, but we do a bit of this. Yeah. I cheated a little bit. Yes, raids are great too. I'm trying to get some more people from the Twitter horror art community that a bunch of you will be coming from. Trying to get them into streaming a bit more and trying to form more of a community on here. Because, you know, I think it's better for everybody. Rising tide lifts all ships and all that. I think the reflection under this should be covered by the droplets. Does that make sense? I think it should. So this little, and also it should be a bit lower. This little reflection behind it. Oh, it's going to be annoying to remove, isn't it? Oof. Okay. Let's try. we're gonna get a chunk of iris. I'm just gonna copy it over here. And flip that horizontally. And we're gonna try to apply it so the edge here matches the edge we got. Like, we don't need the most detail out of it, but we at least need something to remove the reflection where the droplet is. Like something to replace that. That should be blurrier and probably have some soft light or something. Oh, googly eyes. Okay, what should have googly? Oh, I got it. I got it. Googly eyes. Give me the googly eyes, funny Spaniard. Your wish is my command. So I guess for the new folks here, googly eyes is a reward where I have to add googly eyes somewhere in the picture just during the course of the edits. So they're just for us, they're just for the stream. It's our little alternate version of the edits. There it is. Now it's like blah. Hold on, let me remove the googlies for a sec. I need to add some shadow there. That should be good. Save that and send it to you. I'll save it at the end of the stream once we have the final version. I'll save an alternate googlies. This is a little guy. You thought I would add the googly eye to the eye, but gotta keep you guessing. Can't make it predictable. More googly eyes. Oh my god. Okay. What else gets googly eyes? I would do the one on the eye, but we're working on it right now. So let's think of. Oh, I got an idea. Let's see. Discover the entire thing in googly eyes. Well, that's more or less how it's gonna go. I was thinking some big googly eyes in the background, and they're just kind of blurred out. And they should go under the others, like so. Under the fingers. The background googlies. Bet you didn't expect them there, did you? They are observing the operation. I want you to know that, John, at this exact moment. There we go. A bunch of big googly eyes. Okay, where were we? Yes, the reflection of the eye. Gotta finish that before I get distracted. 500 away from even more? You monster. Doesn't look quite right. Let's actually cover things, because they're kind of semi-transparent for now, instead of being fully opaque, as they should be. Should go a little bit to this side too. Yeah, I was thinking that there's some sort of interruption with this, that it should maybe get some of this yellow-blue edge to it. So I'm gonna try and make that happen. Let's see if we can. Is it? Hey. Oh no, don't be weird, Photoshop. Don't do that thing where you... It did that thing. Okay. The screen gets kind of locked like that sometimes. I'm waiting for it to save. I'm just gonna close it and open it again, and it should be good. Okay. This is the one we did yesterday, if you missed it. So this one's called Fractal Juice. Should we see the underside of the bottle in the reflection? I think it's too far away. Like, if the bottle was closer, we would see it, but the reflection would kind of be here. So not really visible there. Okay, now we're good, I hope. If it doesn't break, there we go. Don't break, Photoshop, please. I pay a lot for you, come on. I'm gonna take this strip of, let's see. It's like yellowish strip. And we're going to put it at the edge of the reflection. with a little bit of a curve. Don't do that, Photoshop, please. That could work. Same for the blues. Let's get a blue strip with a little bit of white in front of it. Flip that. Please put it where I ask you to. And it needs to be flipped. I think maybe it would be yellow if it is in this orientation. Yeah, we'll go with blue. Let's sketch. Oh, you mean like behind here? That may be the case, yeah, because of how the eye reflects like that. You could try and trick some of that reflection in, but come on, Photoshop, stop. I release it and it just snaps back. It just doesn't want to collaborate. See, it does that. It keeps doing that. I think I need to use the mouse because I think it's something with how it registers the tablet's inputs, I think. All I know is that it is annoying. Let's see, where's my big reflection? Here it is. Choose all copy. I want to make a little bit of normal here. Yeah, it's a very FX animator thing. I appreciate the insight though. Yeah, essentially what Karakan was saying, so I show you the sketch. Is that since the eye is kind of a circular lens, we would see some of the underside of the bottle, some of the fingers perhaps here behind the droplet, right? So we would see some of the underside. That also skew the reflection here, right? Yeah. Hold on, let me try some. Let me copy the juice all again. So we have an unskewed version. And we could get let's see, we can do warp to get some sort of lens effects. What we care most about is not this area around here, but the center, essentially. So we can do this until the edge of the bottle. And then maybe draw a bit to finish it up. Was that for me? Do I do commissions? I do. If you have anything you'd like me to try, just DM me, and I usually open like public slots every so often, but for people who watch this stream, I usually, if you just DM me at any time, I'll put you in the list. Hold on, what was I using? Overlay. Yeah, I think what I was doing there, which is overlay with some... Oh, and I forgot to make this a smart object again. I am absolutely stupid. And I just caught a mosquito. It was right in front of my face. The culprit. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's probably not going to focus. Well. Got it with one hand. See, I stream in a place where mosquitoes tend to bunch up at night. Since I usually stream at night, it's very common that during streams, mosquitoes will just come pester me. So I've just gotten really good at swatting them with one hand while the other one is occupied. Gotten pretty decent at that. Oh yeah, we don't even get, I think, within the lens. We can probably get some of the edge of the bottle in. But even with that, is it a distance where I don't think we'd see the fingers or anything? I think that's like as much detail as we can get out of the reflection. Because since it's not a source of light, which would get us a strong reflection like this, we would basically only get those little shines and the shines from the bottle at most. That's from a window out there, so we'd cover some of the window reflection, which is what we did. And this reflection seems to be coming from behind the camera, probably. It probably comes from the other side, so it would not really be affected by this. Oh yeah, there would probably be the person delivering the juice in there, but I don't think that's worth the hassle. Like so, we have this, which is the very tip of droplets. And since it's pretty much touching, it's very close to touching. I just put that one on normal. We can overlay some whites to get some of the reflections kind of hazily applied in here. And yeah, that's as much detail as we're going to get out of that. Let's see. Another very important thing that we do in these edits is sign them. For the new folks today, I always sign my edits by hiding the same symbol somewhere. The symbol looks like a V and an A, or a V and an H. It's this. But it always has to be somewhere like hidden within the image. So let's see where we can add it. Let me hide the googly eyes so we can check for good places. This one is not like extra necessary that I sign it because we already have it's already gonna go within the same group as this one, which has like a big signature here. So all right, thank you for the follow. Let me get some light into the tip of the droplet there to just make it extra clear, like where it's gonna land. It's very, very close to the eye. Fractal Fruze, which is, you know, Fractal Juice or Fruze, if you will. Yeah, for the signature, it could be within there, within the mess. I'm also thinking within the rings of the bottle. We have these ones here. What if... Oh, did I hide that layer? Yeah, I destroyed it. We already really got 2 lines here. What if we add another one that does this? Maybe a little bit of a curve. Another one that does this, and another one that crosses it. So with a bit of perspective, but that's a signature in there, and it's pretty close to the center of the image. Like impossible to crop out, really. I think that might be the most reasonable place. We could do the same thing on the outside, but I feel like it's so messy. There's so many lines that it might just get lost in there. Same as inside here, it might just kind of disappear into the jumble. Then we also have the hair to add a signature. You could do the same there, but oh, that's opposite. There we go. Potentially could work. It is again a bit of a jumble, but let's try this out. Let's see if it works. Okay, this is the reflection there. What is this layer? It's just empty. Sometimes I create layers and I forget that they're there and to just stay empty. Okay, so the reflection should be under the juice. And these 2 should be in there. And that as well. There we go, that's a full reflection. Okay, so now let's go on top of the Fractal Juice area. let's see what we can do here. First of all, I'm gonna make this space here a bit bigger by cutting a bit from each side. Came out backwards. Then we'll get a nice reflection like this one. And we'll try and connect them to create that V and then A. And we'll put that on lighten. Should do well. Let me reduce this reflection here as well. Yeah, I think that could work as a reflection, as a signature. Sometimes I just say words. Let's see. Now the VA here should be fairly readable. Let's see if I can connect them better, like so. Then I just copy this line we got, and it's still on lighten. And we can add it like this. And boom. We got that there. Kind of cut it a bit to each side. I think that's subtle, but pretty clear, which is... yeah, no worries. I figured it was the lay rose. I think that's like the best type of signature, when it's clear but subtle. Just gonna call it sign for signature. And let's put everything together. Add the smart filters, and then we'll keep editing them. You can re-add the googly eyes, of course. This is my sketches. Reflection looks good. Let's see, what else did we add? Okay, I'm just gonna delete the earlier versions. Gonna go into the camera filter again. I'll keep messing with them. And let's see, let's go to the color mixer. See what this is. This is reds. Yeah, there's some reds, there's some oranges. Essentially those. I'm gonna reduce those a bit. Gonna make the skin slightly grayish, but since it's already a photo with a lot of like strong colors, I don't think that's much of a problem. I don't think our brains will see it as anything weird. And very important here to do the color grading. I guess I forgot to do it before. We're gonna go with... So this is the shadows. Well, this is the caramel dancing part of the stream, of course, where everything goes disco. So we could make the shadows either purple or blue. And then the opposite for the highlights, of course. So this would be from purple shadows. Let's see, it could even be pink. No, pink shadows is too much. Don't love pink highlights either. Yeah, so purple shadows to blue highlights. Let's go not as strong with each of them. To not like overdo it with color. Although I guess it's a very tinted image already, but still. But yeah, we should definitely add some... Yeah, some like warmer purples to the shadows. Because that would fit the other image. The googly eyes, I forget. And every time they come back, they're funny. Let's see. This I'm gonna delete. So we don't need it anymore. So we need to match the colors to these. I think first we need a bit less contrast. I think we went a bit too hard on the contrast. That's a bit better. Now let's see about that color grading. I think we're a bit closer to the other one now. The blues are getting there. And the pinks are kind of there. I'm actually just do a copy of this image and put it over here so we can directly compare it side to side. Thank you for the save reminder. So here are the colors from the first image. I think we're very close with those pinks to golds here are very well mimicked in the eye area and the background. So I think that part is good. I think there's some strange super saturated blues. Over here it's kind of bothering me. So let's give that a look. Let's see. Maybe that's part of that could be dealt with the color mixer. So I guess I could reduce some of the blues in the like real background that we can then add back here in the midtones. Would that make sense? It's reducing a little bit the complexity in the fractal juice, in the fruits. Let's see. Yeah, I think that now matches the palettes of the other one a bit better. What do you guys think? Do these colors seem equivalent to you guys? Let me zoom into each of these. There we go. I think they're pretty close. Warmer pinks. Let's go a bit further into that. Let's see, let's go here as well to the magentas. Do we have anything? No, it doesn't really change a lot. We're going a bit warmer there. So we can directly compare them to do this and equivalents here. Okay, so this is sitting a bit too much in the reds. Yeah. It's actually a bit of a colder pink. What we can do is bring the midtones, make them warmer a little bit. So the image as a whole should be a bit warmer. At least warmer in the purples, purple to pink. Let's see. It's still a little bit red, but I'm getting there. The little bottle glass, that's cool. That's fine. That's fine by me. It's just a fractal juice, and if it's cooler than the rest, it'll pop against the background. So I don't mind that part too much. Okay. Save that. Wait for it to save for real, and also save it as a JPEG, which I haven't done yet. Okay. This one is gonna go a bit against all the other crops of all the other images, but it's fine. I'm not gonna worry too much about that. The iris has tones similar to the Vaulted Cathedral. Yeah. Yeah, I think we got pretty close there. We'll see them. I might do some readjusting when I see all three images together. If I see that one is the colors are too different from the others, we'll just edit that. Never mind, you've done it. Okay. So now, what I wanted to make is for the third image. I'll call this one Fractal. I guess I already have Fractal Eye. So Fractal Eyes, plural. And what we want to do is this eye, after being fractalized, what would it look like? So, the hanging monstrance. I love that word. Sounds like monster a little bit. Okay, so well, we have this image saved. I think we had some images of eyes. Gonna keep those. I might have closed them. Okay. So, same roots. Ooh, interesting. We need an eye somewhere brownish would be okay. But here, do you recognize this image? This is the fractalized eye. The fractalized retina pupil. There it is. Here. It's a bit more dilated in the version I made, but there it is. Oh, Monstrata, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so Monster has a different one then. Okay, so what I would like is something close to this from this perspective, but possibly with a brown eye instead of a green one or a clear one. Let's see. Oh, just like this, but a little bit further away. Oh, do you also recognize this one? I've also used this image. Shoutouts if you recognize what edit this is from November. Hi. So what I want to do for those that missed it is the image of the person who's just been fractalized, or that has just been had their eye covered in fractal juice several months later, with several little eyes growing out of the main one on each corner, and they're kind of like smaller eyes, kind of like more primitive looking, if that makes sense. So I'm looking for the perfect eye picture to start that. Look at that. Those are some eyes. It sounds abjectly horrifying. Thank you. Thankfully there are about 1 billion pictures of eyes. I don't know how far we'll get today, but maybe we can start it a bit today and finish it on Friday, depending on how complicated it is. Though I tend to be the kind of person to not look at time too much and end up streaming for 6 hours as I try to get too many edits finished. But you guys know me. Starting to get monkeys and other animals. A devil bird. So I think my favorite so far is still this this one. Maybe a bit overexposed on the side. But I think we're running out of images there that get unrelated stuff. Let's see. Oh, that's another mosquito. God damn, they're abundant today. See if I catch it when it gets too close. When it gets too brave. Okay, I think still the one I picked might be the best one. This one's not bad either. Ideally, I'd love a more brown one like this. But we could combine different eyes. That's no problem. Could even get like this pupil on another eye, and it should be fine, I hope. Let's download this one. And let's see. Let's get another one for security. Maybe from these or... Let's not do this to a kid. Fractalized kids. We'll be needing a lot of eyes because we're going to multiply them. So that's why I'm getting so many images. Well, I usually get just like 1 or 2. In this case, I'm getting a bunch. I don't know what's up with that. It's super blurry. All members of our species have brown irises. The intensity of the color varies. Everyone has a little bit of brown in it. Never dissected the human eye. No, that makes sense. If you look at them closely, you'll always find some brown pigment. But yeah, sometimes it's like you can see some in the middle here. Okay, let's see with what we got. What we can do. We got a bunch of eyes, so hopefully we'll have enough. And we can also always come up with more if needed. I will probably zoom it in slightly just to cut out that super overexposed area. Blue is an illusion. Ooh, interesting. I'll check that out later. Okay, so for the smaller eyes, let's do a sketch of what I have in my mind and see how we can replicate that. So what I had in my mind is from the corner of the eye, like directly connected. So maybe with a little stalk like this. more eyes start forming. And they kind of go like this. With maybe a third one, like a small one over here. Maybe a rounder eye. Tyndall scattering. See, they never taught me this in med school. It's very cool. Like maybe little bulbs of other eyes coming from them. But that have less shape to them. They're just like little things. Okay, what do you guys think of this for a fractalized eye? Would this be horrifying? What bothers me is that most of the area that I want to fractalize the eyes in, which is this area here, is kind of blurry and just kind of overexposed, so it wouldn't get like a lot of space for it. How will they not dry out? You'd probably have to use drops on the eyes. They'll have their own little lids, but very like simple. Let's see. Let me see if I can find an image that isn't overexposed on the side, and it isn't like this, like super makeup-y. Something that feels a bit more naturalistic. Same thing here. We don't really have like a lot of space to blur them. Yeah, this one's... There's no skin in this image. It just got completely destroyed. This one's not bad. Got more space here for sure. I know it's gonna make me upset, but I'm ready. Hold on to your chairs. We're about to fractalize. This one, the natural daylight here is annoying because it's gonna make everything really hard. Oh, I kind of like this one. It's a bit closer than I was thinking, but it's much more natural for sure. But we could definitely have like little eyes growing from there. Let me download it. Recently heard a dreadful horror fiction podcast involving eyes. Dreadful as in terrible, or dreadful as in great? Because in horror that can be two things. These extensions have a pupil in them, yes. But I want to make it feel. I want it to feel like it's simpler. Ooh, I really like this one. Got kind of blurry edges, but I guess we also didn't check other sites. I was thinking Unsplash would have the best, but... Hi Nika. Hey, glad you could make it. So yeah, as usual, Pexels doesn't really have a lot of good close-ups. This person's in the water. Dreadful as in great. Okay, fantastic. I think that's the same one as in the other side. Let's see this. It's not great. See, the true horror is that we are drowning in eye pictures. There are so many of them. And yet it's very hard to find exactly the kind of thing I want. Okay, this one's pretty good. The quality isn't super good, but this is a brown pupil. Or iris, sorry. My brain is getting all the I words mixed today, I guess, after using them so much. Wouldn't be a good ophthalmologist. Oh, Pixabay is gonna have the worst things. Like hyper edited pictures of eyes, I'm sure. Oh, I wish we didn't have that hair there. That would be good. As I expected, they're hyper edited, and there's a guy holding a banana for some reason. That's a good macro of a fly. Could be good for Megalomorpha. Just gonna give it a save. Thank you, Coiled. Welcome. Okay, Pixabay, as usual, has a lot of trash. Okay. Let's just see the ones we got and see what will work better for our fractal eye. One's not bad. This one isn't bad either. This one I like too, because just judging from the skin, I'm not gonna make too much judgment, but it feels a bit older, so it would make sense with that sort of cataract eyes that we're trying to do. In this case, it didn't matter much because it's such a close-up that you don't really notice, like you can't really judge the age from this, but in this case, yeah, maybe. So I'm thinking we could expand the eyes. Let's see which directions would work better. Could have another eye here. So we get it sort of opening like this. With another one around the same area below. It's gonna get a bit blurry here. Oh yeah, that I can't believe how many people believe that at fake disease or fake thing. If you didn't know, that was Alexandria's Genesis was made up disease by some fan fiction writer, I think, that created it to make their Mary Sue characters look more interesting. And it was basically like, oh, you had purple eyes, but you also never aged, and you had like white hair, and it was like all sorts of things. Just the kind of thing you'd put on a fanfiction character to make them feel cool. And for some reason, some people started believing it, which was weird. And it kind of got spread around the internet. I think on Tumblr it was big. To the point where some people actually believe they had, what's the name, Alexandria's Genesis. Which, what kind of disease name is that? Like, come on. Get real, folks. Also, no body hair and no periods but still fertile. Oh, I forgot that part. Amazing. Okay, so I'm thinking this could be a good layout for fractalized eyes. We're gonna have to move some skin around because, you know, if you put an eye here, it would affect how the skin folds around it, etc. I hadn't heard of it until this minute. Yeah, it was big for, well, it was big. It was like a lot of people believed it for a while. I didn't come across it until recently when I asked people for like their favorite creepypastas that they fell for. The 13-year-olds on Tumblr were so powerful and yet so gullible. I was one of them. I was briefly on Tumblr, but I never really got too much into it. Okay, I think this sounds like a good plan. We might add some smaller fractalized eyes around them, but I think we can see as we go. But this should be horrifying enough, I think. First things, though, we need to make this blue eye brown. I'm very sorry for the person who has it. You're about to get brown-eyed. Also, I'm gonna make the pupil bigger. Just because I can. No, but because I want to do... Well, actually, yeah, let's do that a different way. You see those eyes I downloaded before that had this? And so this cataract eye could even be this one. So it can be this eye here. Textures in the eyes are so interesting, yes. Like little threads, absolutely. Okay, so let's try and fit that. Let's see, the bottom is here. Oh, what layer, right tool am I using? There we go. This barely has any reflections in it. Move it a little bit. So what we can do is, in the underlying layer, let the reflections kind of peek through. Now that won't look good. So let's overlay this on top. And then just add the reflection back. That should do it. Hey Sleepy Boo, we're making a fractal eye. What about a cat's eye? I want to keep them human, but I do want to use some animal, maybe some animal eyes, to maybe eyes that are simpler in animals that have less complex eyes than us, to mix them in and make those fractal eyes that are just growing, make them feel like they're underdeveloped, like they're still under construction in a way. So now we're doing color. And gonna pick some browns from here. Color. Goat's eyes are very cool, but they feel too much like goat's eyes. Like, I think we're gonna use animal eyes, but not the ones that have very recognizably shaped pupils. So not like cats or goats or who else? Cuttlefish have like W-shaped eyes. There are some animals with very interesting pupil shapes. Okay, now eye is brown. Can use some lighter shades of brown as well. I'm just gonna pick some from here to keep it interesting. So it's not only one shade of brown. Maybe some shades of blue peek through little bits on the edge or fetus eyes, perhaps. Oh, you got some receipts. Oh, those are freaky eyes. I assume they're under their copyright though. Okay, let's see. I think first of all, we should add some whites and kind of cover this area with whites and do the edges. And then we'll figure out what to put inside. So here we have essentially the base. Under that, we got a bunch of eyes that we can use later. There's just another sketch I did for an earlier version. Yeah, I think all this little connection, those bridges, should be filled with the white part of the eyes. Make all the eyes feel connected, like they've just grown from the main one in a way. Sclera, yes, thank you. So at least for now, let's kind of fill this in. It's horrific. It's about to get worse then, I think. I think it's about to get much worse. Oh no. What are we getting ourselves into? I think we could use some human eyes as placeholders here. And then just kind of build on top of them. That should save us some work with like the whites and stuff, the eyes. As long as the lighting sort of matches. I think this one, considering the lighting, could be here, for example. That way they'll also have their own eyelids, which we can like devolve a little bit later. We could just try to make them simpler. Too many eyes is always a good concept, absolutely. can get that there. And then... The irises won't be super round because I'm going to be like modifying the eyes. But again, they're placeholders, so we'll be adding some cooler irises on top, I think. We can keep the tear ducts in too. I think that would be nice. Spider eyes would be too different from humans' eyes, I think. Not an enormous fan of the lighting, but we'll use it for now. Let's put this, there we go. This one, again, judging from the lighting, can probably go there. And the good thing about using the real eyes there is that we can kind of mix the skins to... There we go, combine like the grooves and stuff. Make the skin fold around them a bit more naturally. This one's going to need some blurring later. Let's see. What about this one? In terms of lighting, it could probably be this one here. Probably go under the other one. Oh, I can feel this one's going to be horrifying. Or I can hope so, at least. I hope this one will be horrible. Okay, how about we start working with the eyes we already have, and we kind of build it from there. We start from that. Do I have a Discord? Yes, it's a great little horror community. You got a link in the chat right there. I'm not looking forward to this image. I mean that in the most complimentary way possible. Thank you, thank you. Between this and the Patreon Patreon syndrome we're gonna create, We're gonna have eye horror for as a theme for a good while. Hope you guys like that. And if you don't, you can blame the patrons. Did you make a chat name? Day blue? I don't know what that is. Or golden. I like golden. Okay, so we need to make that little sclera bridge. Gotta make it look like it's below the eyelids, so something like this. And then we need some kind of... we need to shape the eyelids in a way that connects this to this naturally. Let's see, it's gonna need some hue adjustment. Like so. Okay, so I'm thinking I can take the eye at the base, so this one here. And pick up a chunk of the eyelid. So just the eyelid itself. Try and pick a regular chunk, like so. Then I'm gonna make that into a smart object. Gonna call it eyelid chunk. And we'll probably be using it in a few places. Because what we want to do with it is put it in these little bridges in between parts. In between like different eyelids, I guess. And puppet warp it. So that it fits both of them. So it follows that curve. And we might have to do this a couple times, because, you know, puppet warp can sometimes do some weird things, but... as long as it behaves, we'll probably be good. So now we have a connection with the eyelid from one corner to the other. So we're starting to get a sense of what it's going to look like, and I think it's going to look horrifying, which I'm very happy about. I must look insane to all of you. I probably do. And I know there's some makeup on the eyelid, but that's fine. That means that this person still puts makeup on even though they have fractal eyes, which is completely respectable. That's definitely a choice. Oh, there we go. Low eyelid chunk. So just like this. I can make that adapt to any lower eyelid we need. So in this case, here. Okay, imagine like having to pencil all these eyelids. Imagine the makeup time, how that must multiply. Every time, god damn it, I grew a new eye. Now I have to follow. Trace it around with a pencil. Shoutouts to this person. A lot of patience. Whoa, this is going weird. Yeah, it's a lot of bendiness on the eyelid. You do eyes with pencil. Oh, I was talking about makeup, not drawing eyes. So you know those pencils you'll use to draw the eyelids. I don't know the names in English. I don't know the names of. I barely know the names of makeup things in Spanish. So. The contacts. Getting contacts for all of that. Imagine. The eyeliner. Thank you. Yeah, contacts are already expensive. Can't imagine for this person. Getting fractal contacts. Oh, I got a little chunk of eye in there. There it goes. Sounds good, Twilight. I'll check those out eyes later. Okay, so if we essentially do something like this for every little eye stalk, we could probably get a fun result overall. Obviously, the more we do, the more the complexity kind of adds up. So let's hope it's not too much. Again, we'll probably start this, go on for, we've been live for nearly 4 hours. So we'll go on for a little bit longer, and then we'll probably leave the rest to finish on Friday. A horror podcast involved a woman who had eyes emerge along her spine. Short version about making incisions to remove them. The surgeon discovers that she's full of eyes like frog's eggs. I love that. Yeah, it's a cool image for sure. Googly eyes. Talking about eyes. Okay, you know what we'll do? We'll put a couple googly eyes and we'll let them fill the blank spaces so far. Later we'll move them somewhere else when we need to get to that part. They should give us an idea of what this is gonna look like. Praise Google, yeah. Oh yeah, this would definitely be a Google curse. Or blessing, depends on how you look at it. Demon Leaks, thank you for the follow. Let's see, let me soften those edges. Hide the sketch. There we go. Definitely a blessing. That short story about a guy who just starts sprouting ears everywhere. I haven't. That sounds fun. They keep spreading until this person is covered entirely with eyes. I assume that this is only part of the fractalization. Like other parts of the body are probably fractalizing as well. And they might clash and compete at some point. Okay, let's see what kind of pupil we can add to this one. We'll call this I1. Let's see. Let's jump into browser. And let's look for maybe animal eyes. Let's see if we find any that would feel like a less developed version of a human's eye. EF story. Oh nice, I'll check it out later. Oh, look at that jumping spider. So cute. I think most mammal and bird eyes are quite similar. Reptiles are too different though. Okay, I kind of love this. Because the pupil is not entirely round, it's just kind of wobbly. So that's definitely interesting. A toucan, huh. Yeah, this could be worth a try. It looks almost more primitive, I agree. Let's look for toucan. Got the one from before. This one's also good, but it feels like it's a bit far away. I'll download it anyway in case we do end up using it, but... Let's go with bird eyes in general. See, parrots are not so different from ours. Oh my god. The frog mouths. They're so cute. Like, owls definitely feel too advanced. Oh my god, these are the eyes of a killer. I kind of love this, honestly. Those tiny little pupils. Let's see. Eagles and owls are not super interesting. Oh my god, flamingos just have the eyes of a murderer, don't they? Monkey eyes are like basically the same as ours. Like, these smaller monkeys could have some interesting textures to them. They're essentially like bigger iris versions of ours, and they have colored scleras. Oh my god, I love these ones with the beard. Rate 2? 2. Let's go with 2. No, nothing there. Sad. Okay. Let's look in... I want to do Wikimedia. But hold on. I'm gonna do Wikimedia search on my other screen. Because I'm gonna view this. Because I'm afraid of what might come up with, but... Okay, nothing on... We're looking before fetus eyes and... Nothing really on Wikimedia. So we can't do literal underdeveloped eyes. Is yeah, we just don't have images for that. Let's see. Let's look at cow's eyes maybe. Oh, not this here. Look at those eyes. The eye? Yeah, the eyes have. Or don't know if it's gonna be with hyphen or not. Nope. No, we don't have anything. Yeah, we had some cataract eyes that we got from another one, but that's essentially what we used here in the center, because there's supposed to be a person with a cataract that got fractalized. What was that? Oh my god, that's a... Huh. A llama's eye. Oh, interesting. Okay, so llamas might have interesting eyes. Let's see if we get any good close-ups. Not that good. We don't really see a lot here, but it could work. I'll download it. Microphthalmia. Yeah, let me look that up on Wikimedia. Okay. I'll get these and no restrictions. This. Yeah, it's so super small. I wish I had a better version of this. Got an eye with a dog with microphthalmia. Hey, Mad Soup. Let's just look for eyes here, because Being Wikimedia. Might just get some interesting eyes. So we'll just get a lot of stuff. Look at this fish. Oh my god. Lovely. What's up with this one? I don't know if that's the reflections, but the iris looks kind of bulge up. Like in description. Where is it used? I don't know, but whatever it is, we can definitely make something cool out of it. So let's save that. Pig eyes. Ooh, that's nasty. But yeah, for sure, we could use that. If we don't look at it for too long. Heavily debating click on that link. I did that for you. I'm very sorry. I should click on links. I try to always click on links on the second screen, so I know what's coming up, but sometimes I forget. Yeah, you could cut some of them off. Oh, a GIF. Polychoric eyes. Yeah, good idea. Also, look at this. Look at this doggy. Polychoria or Polychoria will probably add more results. No. Let's see. What's this one? Attribution. Okay, sounds good. That we can use. Let me save it. Let's see, iris. Oh, there's plants that are called iris as well, I guess. If we get any like interesting irises. God, that's still a lot of plants, isn't it? Let's look for pupil then. Got a lot of dilated pupils. These hyperdilated pupils. Pupils, please start to realize what this means. The lights are on, but the pupils are wide. What is this? What is this title? Okay, I mean, I'll take it. Coloboma. Let's see if there's anything. Just... let's see what licenses we have here. Distribution share alike. Public domain. For some reason this wasn't there. This wasn't under the public domain license. This one's too small. This one's there twice. Same image? Yeah, same image. Oh, a dog with it. Okay. Let's see. We got a lot of images already. Let's see, this attribution chart, like, let's use these ones for now. One isn't too big, but we'll be able to get some use out of it anyway. Okay, we got a bunch of images, I think. Oh yeah. So let's see, let's use this collarbone here to fill up this one. Maybe that would be better for one of the smaller ones that feel like they're less formed, though. Comment on flamingo eyes reminded me of an old entry. Okay, let me see. Ooh. I love that. Look at that. Look at that flamingo. Multi-eye flamingo. That's lovely. Thank you, Mad Soup. Okay, so let's see. This could be our new pupil, our new there we go. It's not super centered, but it could work. Okay, we'll remove a little bit from here. And this now gets a little bit of an edit. Increase the contrast. Thank you, Kobo. I was not expecting to see the eye of a biblical angel. No, that's just googly eye. That's our googly eye angel. That's interesting. Making this edit work. It's been discussed, but have you seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? I haven't. Does it have something with googly eyes? Interesting. I definitely gotta watch it then. Okay, good night, Twilight. Thanks for coming in and for chatting. Okay, I want to make the pupil, despite it all, I want to make the pupil unclouded, so it feels like you can still see through that eye, because it's supposed to be a miracle that people are regaining their vision. So I'll just keep that. Ooh, I really like this. Oh, that's creepy. I post pics of the googly eyes progress in the Discord. Yeah, do. Please do. You know we love googly eyes. Okay, let's see. Let me do soft light. Just darken this area a little bit. Okay, so we got a good first pupil. Yeah, I think this one is definitely one of the best ones we got. Let's see. Let's continue with. Let's show the sketch. Let's continue with this eye though. So let me get that googly eye to a different place. It's gonna go here, for example. That eye looks relatively pink. Yeah, we'll be spreading the colors a bit around. But I want to get them all in place before that, because there's a lot of blue in this sclera. Scleras tend to be a little bit blue, as in kind of an undertone. But yeah, we need to tone those down. Add some more blood vessels, make it a bit redder in general. We'll work on that later. What are we calling each specific eye? Good question. I guess I'd just call them an eye. Each of them is just an eye. Okay, what I want to get for this one is get the main eye again. Just put it in here, because the lighting will be pretty correct, and that'll help us out. So it's going to be I2, all caps. Hold on, let's just select this area. We could call them, if we went for like medical terms, could call them oculoma, like a ocular shaped growth. If we want to go medical, that is. Oculi, that's good as well. Like each individual one would be oculum and oculi. Not super convinced. You may want to do this. Maybe make it a bit closer. Yeah. Okay. Then we take the eyelid chunk here. We actually have to edit it a little bit because I guess I included too much eyelid, too much eye in that eyelid. Of the outermost eyes, extremely tiny rudimentary eyes, make them iridescent. Oh yeah, everything's gonna be iridescent, I think. The whole area. They must blink altogether. Yeah, I guess some of them are completely blocked from blinking because they're just connected to other eyelids and the skin doesn't have enough mobility. Like, it's just kind of a mess all over. The mosquito's getting closer. Oh. I got it. And it's now a smudge in my hand. That's, I think, the second or... Is it the second or the third mosquito I get tonight? Oh my god. They're attacking me. Exempt eyelashes from the transitions? Yeah, maybe from some. Maybe from the smaller ones. Like, it gets less complex as it goes, something like that. I think I'll go with, yeah, the shiny part. Let's see if this works. Got him. It's an eternal feud between me and the mosquitoes. They always come while I'm streaming. Like they know I'm streaming. It's weird. I think they're listening in. Are you hearing this? I don't know if there's any more. I think I see one over there on the wall, but it's a tiny smudge, so I might be wrong. Let's see, since this part here doesn't really have eyelashes, kind of want to like transition from that type of skin to the other. The eyelash size consistent. I don't think that's gonna matter much in the big picture. Wondering this and thinking surgical intervention probably wouldn't be viable. Oh yeah, it's probably like a big eye mass under there. Oh my god. Or like, okay, so I imagine under there it would look like you got your main eye, right, like a sphere, and then there's like little spheres that come from it, so it's like all connected that way, and some of them might be like even fused. It does this. I imagine the eyeball, itself would just be something like this. If you want an even more horrifying image to think about. That's Googliel. That's Googliel. Oh my god. What praise. The vision must be like all messed up, but at least it's vision, right? Like this is meant to cure their blindness. So since it went from 0 to something, it's a Googliel egg. Yeah, the chat is where the lore gets made, for real. Saw this today and thought of Googliel. Oh yeah, I saw that too with Clippy. Okay, then we need a lower eyelid to kind of connect these. Thankfully, we already have a chunk cut out. There it is. There's my boy. So what I'll do here is make it get smaller as it goes. Do something like this, and then on top of that, puppet warp. I feel like instead of excess skin to be able to blink, you would just not be able to blink. Like, you just need to drop water on there all the time. But like that in exchange for gaining your vision back? I think some people will take that deal. Would you take that deal? You've lost you've lost your vision completely. Someone offers you to fractalize your eye to regain some vision. It's the all other medical options removed. Would you take the deal? There's some jelly you apply. Yeah, there's like, well, there's like fake teardrops, they're called. They can last for quite a while. You don't have to be constantly putting them on, but... You guys would take the deal. You got a bunch of fractalized subjects over here. Good. I will remember that. When the fractal comes, I will remember your choices. Like when in a video game, I'll tell you, so and so will remember that. Let's see, what kind of eye can we use for this? This is a bit of a smaller one. How am I supposed to look at cool freaky things without vision? Fair enough. I think I'd take it, since essentially my job is visual, so I really can't afford to not see. Or I couldn't afford that for very long. I might become a writer, I guess. Oh yeah, how cool would it be with these fractal eyes? Just because of their different sizes, etc. They actually capture different wavelengths that we couldn't see. So that's another thing to take into account when thinking about fractalizing your eye. I'm thinking about that deal I offered you. That's a fun conundrum. Like, would you go over this horrifying looking thing to be able to see colors that nobody has or will see again? Like, what would that even look like? How would your brain process that? That's such an interesting thing to think about. Like, imagine why it becomes a religion to these people. Because it can literally change the amount of colors you can see. It must be, like, incredible. So, thinking about that, I kind of get why it could be a religious thing for this faction. Oh, it would definitely restructure your brain too. Like, we have seen that. We have seen it in one of the previous parts. How it folds your brain in. So it would increase the amount of gray matter while decreasing the amount of white matter. So it would probably expand your mind in some ways, but also make it less functional in others. So it's like a double deal. Get some of those other colors from the other eyes. Yes, there would definitely be some plasticity, neuroplasticity involved. Let's do something here. I want the edge of this, maybe this one. The edge of this pupil to kind of apply to the other one. Delete the puppet warp. So I'm adding some human textures to make these actual toucan eyes feel a bit more humanoid. Okay, a little bit like this. Some more over there. I just essentially want to cover the edge and have a natural edge to these eyes. Because they kind of pop out of nowhere as it stands. So that way, it should probably help out a bit. Okay, now I got this full edge. I'm just gonna grip it into one. There it goes. Hey Jordan! What did you walk into? I ask myself the same question every time I stream. Making eyes. Eyes within eyes within eyes. As part of the Fractal series. So this person just joined the Fractal religion, which forms because people start believing fractals can make miracles and start actually praying to them as gods. And they get the Fractal Juice. Sorry. They get the Fractal Juice applied to their eyes because they can't see anymore. And they want their vision healed. And this is what happens to them. So that's what we're making. Fractology. I grew up in that faith. So this is a toucan pupil. We're making all sorts of messed up pupils, so they feel like the eyes feel like they're still developing. Let's see, this should be over eye number 2, but it's part of it. So here's our eye 2. Oh, this should be outside. Oh, okay. There we go. Now everything's in order. A splinter sect. That dilated pupils. Ooh, those are very dilated. Okay, let's group some of these up. What is layer 15? I think it's nothing. Yep, empty. Sometimes I just create layers. It happens. Extra lids. There they go. Oh, seems like they're hiding some ugly stuff. You're watching while doing other things, and I love it. So creepy. Thank you. The fact that the pupil is just a hole is weird. Yeah, I guess we tend to think of it as like a thing, but it's the lack of a thing. The pupil is just a space, an empty space. Oh my god, a schism. Yeah, I guess there would be a lot of schisms in a fractal church, wouldn't there? And then I'm making Bauhaus-inspired Silent Hill, Pyramid Hill logo shirts. You have the finger to the pulse of youth culture. You actually do. Also, if anyone was wondering, this is what the eye would look like inside. Like, that's why they're all connected. Like, they're all part of the same globular mass. What roles do cataracts play in this cult? No, it's actually, this person has cataracts, and that's what they're trying to heal with the Fractal Juice. You can see them here. The eye is cloudy, and again here, I'm gonna make the eye in general a bit cloudier, now that I think about it. But yeah, this person had like some huge cataracts that made it impossible for them to see. So they employed the help of the Fractal Juice to grow some new eyes that could see. I could be easily convinced to join the Fractal Church. They would just hand you a vial of this and just go, yep, sounds good to me. So just clouded the eyes a little bit. There we go. So it's very clear that this eye is blind. And that's why they're growing some more. Okay, let's move on to this eye. Hey. Which one are you here? Okay. Let's put that over on top of eye 2. Let's group some things up. This is eye 1. Eventually there's so many that at least one will appeal to each person. This is how the Fractal Church takes over the world. I love that. With that personalized religion. See, that's good marketing right there. Personalized religion. One for each person. Let's see. Let's pull out the drawing I did right there. Let's go to the sclera. And let's start drawing more sclera. We are gonna need it. If you're growing new eyes, it will only be the same color. Yeah, fair enough. In this case, this one's just very messed up. So yeah, it's full of liquid and stuff. This one I tried to make the same color as the other. And I'm gonna do the same for the others. I'm gonna try to keep them consistent. But I wouldn't mind having one that's a different color just for the fun of it. Okay, we got a new chunk of sclera. Let's hide this for the moment. Let's get some cleaner edges. We're gonna add more eyelid, so it's not that important, but still. There we go. We got a little Little scleral bridge. And heterochromia does exist, absolutely. Okay, Rose, have a good night. Thanks for coming in. Okay, now we need to... Maybe we'll use the sclera here itself to get rid of this pupil. Or this iris. See, I'm supposed to be the doctor here. I'm getting all the eye names mixed up today. Just saying them so much they lose all meaning to me. I'll know if that ever happens to you guys. Too many words. Ooh. Use some of that veinier area. Okay, now having that, we can introduce a new pupil here. Let us see. Oh, maybe this weird one. So I don't know what's up with this pupil. I don't know if it has anything wrong. It has... Oh, see, I knew it. It has a fake lens. Well, no, not fake lens, like a artificial lens. That's why it looks strange to me. That's not gonna be visible in the image, but it does have an artificial lens. Also, thank you for the save reminder. It's been a while since I've saved, I think. Fractal vocabulary, absolutely. My mind is getting fractalized as we speak. Don't try to save me. It's too late for me. I've been exposed to the fractal one too many times. I'll give some of that eyelid. Maybe not the upper one, or I'll combine the upper one like so. See, I don't know if it's just a trick of the lights with this image, but to me it feels like this pupil is kind of bulging out a little bit, and it's just, I don't know. Not the pupil, god damn it, I'm doing it again. The iris is bulging out. So we could even have a little bit of soft light. A little bit of soft light by my side. Okay, let's see. And help out that like bulgy feeling. That I think might just be a trick of the lights. Our light is coming from the top, yeah. There we go. So it's like, what a potpourri of eyes do we have here? We're just getting, each of them has their own little personality. Wrinkles of that eye should go to the edge of the sclera. What? Hold on, let me think about this. Oh, you mean this? Oh yeah, don't worry about this. We still haven't gotten to that part. That's why I have the eyelid chunks that we're adding everywhere. That's where the what the eyelid chunks are for. As I always say. Who's in bed? It's funny that my sleep schedule is so messed up that many American people go to bed before I do. I'm in Spain. Oh my god. I guess my time zones should be a little bit closer to yours if I do end up on, as I said yesterday, I'll know on late Saturday or Sunday. I don't know where I'm going to be moving the next month. And if, like, we're predicting it's going to be to the Canary Islands, we're actually going to be 1 hour earlier than here. So we're going to be slightly closer to the American time zones. I'm probably going to try and stream a bit earlier as well. Because we'll still not know, obviously, but high likelihood that we'll be moving to a smaller apartment that will probably have as nice neighbors as here that don't really seem to mind or know that I stream late at night. But yeah, that might bother the new neighbors, so for their sake, I will probably stream a bit earlier. It is. That's regular streaming hours for me, so don't worry about me. Okay, I like this eye. It's looking good. But yeah, we've been going on for 5 hours though. I think, how about this? We'll leave these eyes at that, and we'll finish them on Friday's stream. I'm even gonna tentatively say that there might be a stream tomorrow instead of Friday, depending on the Ziggurat series. And if I do end up posting it this weekend, I don't know if I'll have time for that. So let's just assume that's going to be a Friday stream. Otherwise, as usual, I'll let you know on the Discord. Also, I think I should move this up because we have an eye that's really close to the edge here. I am the unsleeping one, absolutely. Uh-oh, something broke. Something broke in here. Yeah, I might do a bit of a close-up like this. So everything feels a bit more focused in the center. Yeah. Let's hope this gets fixed. Juniper, thank you. Yeah, okay. More googly egg, yes. Had enough point for a 5-minute edit yet. What do you want to do with it? In the past, I've used it to make silly Tinder profiles for Tinder pictures for someone, where I just like made them think I made him like sit on a throne or no, on a like in a huge kaiju over the city or something like that. I've also made a fair share of memes with them. Yeah, let's jump into cam. So we're gonna leave this one at that. I'm gonna save. We're gonna leave this one at that for today. This could be good. I have a good feeling about this fractal eye. I'm gonna show you the clean image without the googlies and without the placeholder eyes. So imagine this, but with more eyes, essentially. As we finish stuff, it'll start looking a bit more complete. But like, this already kind of creepy, so definitely the right direction. Let me save that as a JPEG as well to show the patrons and whoever missed it. 20, thank you for the follow. But yeah, hopefully we'll get this finished on Friday. It is a time-consuming edit, for sure. But, I mean, it's a lot of eyes to add to this, so it is natural that it's a time-consuming one. We also, if you missed it before, we did like the previous part to this, which is the person getting the fractal juice applied to them. So this would be the fractal juice in like its purified form. As you can see, if you get close, there's a lot of like swirling fractals in it. And it has this kind of soapy, oily texture to it. So this person got the fractal applied to their eyes and boom, they got turned fractal. Took a class in fractal geometry in college. Mandelbrot gave a guest lecture? That's so cool. I saw a TED talk by him. It was honestly like a cool guy. He basically like invented a whole like section of mathematics by himself, which is, I mean, not really, but because there were other mathematicians before him, like Julia, but he basically like thrust it on the limelight and made fractals, you know, a thing everyone knows. Everyone knows what a fractal is. And that's basically thanks to Mandelbrot, like popularizing them and making like pretty fractals. That's so cool. The Mandelbrots. The Mandelbrot, exactly. But you're lucky to have met him. I don't know what Mandelbrots. He died in 2010. So yeah, you've been lucky to meet him. That's so cool. But yeah, that, guys, is gonna do it for us today. There's no one to raid. Also, the raid button was broken the other day, which I hope they fixed it because I want to raid people, but there's no one interesting to raid today. So I don't know who the Julia is, or the team Julia said. Oh yeah, you should look it up. Julia is a very interesting character as well. He was a World War I veteran. I think was missing an eye, or it's missing. It was like he had come back with a really wounded from World War I. A very interesting character, definitely, as well as Mandelbrot. They're both very cool characters within mathematics. I've read a bit about them because of these series. I like getting behind the mathematics and the people that make them. He told in front of me and I soaked it up. But yeah, fair enough. That's as close to meeting him as most people will ever get. So yeah, thank you everybody. It's been a very fun stream. I've really enjoyed making up all this fun lore, and it's always very cool. It honestly, it fires up my imagination so much. So as always, I gotta thank you guys for chatting with me and just memeing around. But sometimes out of the memes come like really actually interesting ideas that can be incorporated back into the story. So that's always cool. You talk too much or just spam chat? You absolutely don't. No worry. No, I'm not gonna raid. There's no one interesting in my followers streaming art. So yeah, thank you guys so much. I hope you guys have a great time zone, and I will see you, if everything goes well, I will see you on Friday to finish this. Until then, folks, take care.